Hello, campers. Happy kickoff sprints. Hello to everybody in the comments. Happy Monday. How are we all doing? How's everybody getting on? I'm so excited. How is everyone doing? I have already had a cracking start to my day, honestly. I got up this morning. My patrons will have already heard the spiel. But I got up this morning at 5 with Andy because that's the thing that I do now, apparently. Got up with him at 5 this morning, and I sat around with him till he left at quarter to 6, and then I got on with some work. And at this point, now at 2:30, I've edited 2 videos. I've finished 3 books because I had 2 hours left of a book. I've read 2 volumes of Cat Gamer. And I've done, was it about 4.5 hours? Was it that long? 9:30, 10:30, 11, 12, 1:30, finished about 2:00. So yeah, 4.5 hours of sprints already today. And it's only 2:30. So my day has already been pretty productive. I am currently reading Ruthless Vows, as you can see down here. I've also put a quick note here as well to say what time, how long I'm going to sprint in for. I do have a bit of an end time, just on the basis that once he gets in from work, which will be around 7:30, we'll be having some food. So I will be finishing around 7:30. Also, I will have been working for like how many hours will that be? 13.5 hours at that point today. So I'll be bloody knackered and I'll just want to have some tea and watch some telly. So I've popped this on to stop people asking, because they always come in and they always go, how long are we sprinting for today? Anyway, that's the answer to the question. I'm on page 97 and I'm hoping to make some really good progress in this today, if not finish it. But I doubt I'm going to finish it, to be perfectly honest. But I reckon I'll get close enough to the end that tomorrow morning when I get up, have no doubt at around 5 o'clock again. And before I go to work in the morning, I will be able to finish it. So yeah, how is everybody else's Monday going? Let me bring you closer. Come closer. Let's have a mooch through these comments. Hopping over for patron sprints. I wish Royal Mail would hurry up and pick this parcel up. Save me some stress. Save me stressing about it. I still haven't read a single page down work. I hope you get a chance to read today. I've read the most I've read all month. Love that for you. Amanda is also reading Ruthless Vows, and I know Claire's going to be reading it later on this evening as well. Hello. Just started Divine Rivals. Look at us all go in our Rebecca Ross era. Skip through some of these so far. Hello. Speak of Claire. I agree. For the second one, I agree. Honestly, I agree. Hello, joining while working from home, hoping to get through some of my audiobook, The Crimson Moth, 100 pages in. I hope you're enjoying it. I gave that one 4 stars, 4.5 stars. I liked it. Managed to cram in some work between Patreon sprints and these sprints, so now I can actually focus on reading. Love that for you, my love. Hello, Devon. Hello. Hope everyone is well. I stared at my phone the whole break. Super productive here. I didn't really do anything in that break, honestly. It was nice just to not speak for 20 minutes, though. Whoopsie. Where was I? Hello. 129 of 431 of Ruthless Vows. My mouse just lost its mind. Hello, vlog. Good morning. Finishing up my reread of The Serpent and Wings of Night, then starting Raven Song for this. Currently pouring down rain, so might as well read. Sorry. I will note, my brain isn't fully functioning today either. I've made several mistakes in my vlog more so than anything this morning. So just bear that in mind. I may be struggling today with my words. It's trying to rain here. It's still kind of warm. I had shorts on this morning, but I've put my leggings on because I hate sitting on this couch with shorts on because it's leather and I get stuck. TMI, but whatever. Good morning, halfway through Club Dead. I'm only 45 pages into my first read Assassin's Quest. Nice. I hope you enjoy. Good morning to you. Fortunately, working, but will be joining ASAP. Nice. Hello. Feeling a bit unmotivated for reading, but I'm trying to get through Reckless for book club, and A Curious Beginning had already started. I hope you enjoy. I'm so disappointed that I still can't get the audiobooks for that series because I desperately want to continue the series. Like, I would happily just binge that series this week if I could get the audiobooks, but alas, I cannot. 32 pages behind, catching up quick. We'll see what happens. Waiting on some book mail. I've read nothing this month. Ooh. There's still time. Good afternoon, love. I am well. I hope you are well as well. Had surgery on the 4th of July and been on some really good painkillers. Ooh. I hope surgery went well. Sounds like the painkillers are doing their job. Also reading Divine Rivals. Rebecca Ross is getting a workout this week. I just started my lunch break at work. Nice. I started The Only Ones Left Burning when I was at my appointment, and I'm not in the mood for it right now, so I'll be putting that down. That's fair. That is fair. I'm excited for today. Contractor starts work on my new house I just bought. We'll be flipping between the Glassgate and Ascendant. Nice. That is very exciting news. Hello. Currently reading A Tempest of Tea and hopefully finish it up and moving on to Can't Spell Treason Without Tea. I desperately want to read Tempest of Tea. Loved Can't Spell Treason Without Tea, so I hope you enjoy. Hello. Reading Sunbringer. Reading Sky on Fire by Jen Lyons. Loving it so far. Love that for you. I'm on the bus going to visit family for a few days. Currently listening to the 5th season so I can return to the library before I start my final books TBR. Fair. Might listen to the F1 Nation podcast about yesterday's race before I get into reading. It was a wild race indeed. Wild race all round, I would say. Wild race for Max. Wild race for Lando and Oscar. Indeedy. Just started Fairy Tale by Stephen King, a palate cleanser from all the thrillers and horrors. Hoping to get out of a reading slump. Fair. Damn it. Bloody YouTube. Welcome. I got distracted and forgot about these in the little bit since I last spoke to you. About half an hour ago. Hello. We'll hopefully be picking up the girl in question and continuing a day of Fall and Night today, but I have a few other non-series books I'd like to finish today too. Fair. I have crossed the line and I've been in the middle of it since... Well, not in the middle. I've been a good portion of the way through that book by Simone Saltani, the F1 Romance, since the end of May. And I only put it down because I was only reading queer books in June, but I just haven't had a chance to pick it back up again yet this month. So it's the Afterlight read-along because it was featured in an Afterlight box. I don't have the Afterlight one. I've since cancelled my subscription with Afterlight for no particular reason. Just I didn't need all of the romances that were coming in, and honestly I wasn't reading a lot of them anyway, so I cancelled the box. But I'm tempted to follow along their read along this week and have Crossed the Line going in the background, even though it's not a book in a series. Just have it going in the background so I can get it finished and maybe follow along with their read along this week. I'm tempted because I feel like I may have already read day one's chapters, which I think is chapter 1 to the end of chapter 5. So I feel like I may have already read it. I'm going to go up and get the book in a bit and see where I'm up to with it because I haven't looked at it since the end of May. So tempted. We'll see though. Reading the Atlas Complex Struggles. Reading the Atlas Complex. I had that right. I just convinced myself I had it wrong. I hope you enjoy. I am good. I'm good. Busy, but I'm good. I'm at work at the moment, but I will be reading House of Flame and Shadow when I get home. Nice. At work, so gonna be doing work sprints to clear my list than reading The Obelisk Gate by N.K. Jemisin. I'm scared of it. Ooh, I hope you enjoy. Surgery went well, long recovery, so bought lots of books as I wean off meds, hoping I can get through them. You've got this. What a way to recover, though. Although I'm getting ready to go for a calf read, so I'm not sure how much I'll actually read tonight. Lush. I would love a good calf read right now, honestly. I think the reason why you might not be able to get Veronica Speedwell series because Audible in the US got the first 5 books for free to listen for their subscribers. I'm just so frustrated. Like, I had access to a friend's US Audible account, and she would, if I wanted a certain book, she would let me know how much it would cost, and I would send her the money and she would get it for me. So I think because at the moment she's downloaded them on her Audible, but I can't see them on my side of Audible. So because she already had the first one, so she's then downloaded them. I'm wondering whether to message her and ask her for a login again, because I logged out of it, and I'm wondering if I log back in, maybe it'll refresh itself and they'll be there. So I'm tempted to do that and message her about it. It was only because her sister had a little boy recently that I didn't want to mither her about it, because she's obviously with family and stuff, and I don't want to be mithering her about books. So I'm tempted to ask her and just see whether or not it works. I feel like that is my last and final attempt at being able to get the audiobooks for these, because I've signed up for a library card at the New York City Library to try and log on to Libby, because I don't have a Libby account here in the UK. So I've tried to get, I've got a New York library card now. No tea. Got a New York library card now, but for some reason my library card number won't let me log on to Libby. So I don't know. I'm shit at this technology thing, honestly. So I feel like my last Hail Mary now is going to be to check with my friend, see if I can get her login details again, and see whether or not like the Audible itself has updated and the books have appeared on there, because when she downloaded them on her end, they hadn't updated on mine, but I just didn't go back to her and tell her yet because I didn't want to mither her while her, niece or nephew had just been born. So hello, any suggestions? Not usually into other genres. Where should I start for fantasy? Ooh, a good start for fantasy. You know what? Honestly, this series is pretty good starter series, I would say. Divine Rivals series. I think this is a great series to start with, actually. Perfect starter series for people. Legends and Lattes is a pretty good one because it's a cozy fantasy. So that's a pretty good one to start with as well. Can't Spell Treason Without Tea. You get some cheeky dragons. That's another cozy fantasy. It's a good one. House in the Cerulean Sea, TJ Clune's a good cozy fantasy. I feel like cozy fantasy is a really nice place to start, actually, when you're starting out with fantasy fresh. Anybody else got any recommendations for Tracy? So happy final book support group this week. I have amazing books to read. Books ready to get read. Nice. I'm hoping to finish Mistletoe Motive. Friggin' love that book. And Midnight in Everwood tonight, so I can start final book support group TBR tomorrow. Taking it easy with my reading as I am still recovering after having a biopsy a few days ago. I hope you're doing okay, my love. Dang, I'm getting hungry, on the hunt for snacks now. Do we have to read the next books in series, or can we start a new one? And it'll still count. You can start a new one if you want. We're here to support. Honestly, like the support group, if you're part of the Discord, will chat amongst themselves all year round and help you support each other, get through sequels and, finish series, continue series, start new series. So just a general support group for y'all to chat about your love for books all year round. The readathons that I do every other month is kind of like a little push to encourage you to reach for those final books more so than anything else. But there is no rules. You don't have to read final books. You can read continuation stations. You can start new series. If you want to just come along for the ride and have some fun, join us on the sprints, but you just want to mood read, and that means reading standalones or starting new series or reading something that is not, well, that would be a standalone, but not a series at all, whatever that might look like for you, you can entirely do that as well. There are no rules. But yeah, totally start new series if you want to. We do like to encourage final books during the readathons. It's almost like a good old push to pick those final books up and do some final book dedication, but there are no rules. Yeah, I've just bought one. So then I activated it and then logged. I've got no clue what I'm doing. Not a Scooby-Doo. I've got it. I've just got a VPN, but I haven't got a clue what I'm doing with it. So glad to have you on telly while I'm entertaining my 3 lads, all under 2. Haven't read much since I've been busy, but reading ACOTAR for the first time in my precious free time. I hope you enjoy. I hope your boys are having a good day. Need to re-log onto her Audible. You should be able to see them after that. Fingers crossed. Just noticed you'll be reading Ruthless Vows. So am I rereading Divine Rivals right now, starting the sequel right after loving the reread. Love that for you. Crimson Moth is a good one as well. Legends Letter is definitely Dark Shade of Magic. I've got to be honest, I've read the first one in that series and not continued. I did love the Vicious series though, Vicious and Vengeful. Loved that series. But yeah, V. Schwab in general, great place to start. I'm in the UK and have an online library card for Anaheim Public Library in California, free overseas application, and they've got a good amount of Veronica Speedboat books. Oh, interesting. Maybe I'll have a look. I just maybe feel like I don't know what the hell I'm doing with any of this, honestly. Hello. This is my first day back to work after 2 weeks off, and I'm hating every minute of it. Oh no. So I'm taking it easy and listening to these twisted bonds. Oh, I hope you're okay, my love. Trust the Emerald Sea is a fun one to start with. It got my sister-in-law into fantasy it, or the Prison Healer trilogy. Trying to finish the Ariane Sea series. I really need to finish that series. I am way behind on that series. I think I'm only on to book 3 of that series. Second that, a mix of genres might be good. Reading Sunbringer as part of Continuation Station. If you like spooky horror-esque books, then Erin A. Craig would be a fabulous author for starting a fantasy, as she writes fantasy with a spooky twist. Rereading Miss Bob 5. Nice. Audiobooks for Dark Shade of Magic is awful. Oh no. The whole series is bad. Much better to physically read it. Oh. Fair. Gonna get cleaned up during the first sprint and start my vlog for this week. Also, gonna do the Instagram challenge for today. I took my pictures earlier, so they're waiting and ready to go. So if you didn't spot it yesterday on the Instagram, I did post some cheeky little Instagram challenges for the week. You don't have to take part, but if you want to dip in and out of them, feel free to do so. Be sure to tag the Final Book Support Group in your posts so I can see them, give them some little support. But yeah, I thought I would just throw some cheeky Instagram challenges in for the week as well. Love this readathon. Excited to crack out some sequels. I'm so glad you enjoyed this readathon. Reading Lady of Starfire, got 40% left, hoping to move on to a new series soon. Nice. All right, shall we get on with the sprint then? Because I've been nattering for almost 20 minutes unnecessarily. Just wanted to catch you all up. I haven't done public sprints in ages. Shall we get on with our first sprint? I've got us down for 50-10. I'm going to see how that goes. Usually with my patrons, we do really like intense sprints. However, I do tend to go on a little bit in the chatty bits, and I tend to do 55-5. We'll just see how we get on with the 50-10, and we'll see how that goes. But let's get on with our first sprint, shall we? Hello. How did we do in that sprint? I got to page 150 of Ruthless Vows, chapter 20. And to answer this question, I am in fact playing Monopoly. I'm playing Spooky Season Monopoly. I'm in jail, but I'm winning. So there's that. How did everybody else do? Just joined late. I have 3 books on my TV. Enjoy my first sprint. Thank you so much, Amanda. If anybody was interested, I do have a Patreon and we do have a good time over there. I love it. Again, I've seen them today because I did do Patreon sprints this morning from 9:30 until just before we came on here. If you're interested, feel free to join us. You absolutely do not have to, but the link is here and always in the description box if you're interested. No pressure. Hello. Hi. 164 of 431 of Ruthless Vows. Read 34 pages of Assassin's Quest. Worked on some revision stuff. The clock is keeping me to time. I love that for you. Finally read 8 pages of Mina 2 and also found something to watch. Did an Ocean series tracker. Nice. 20% to Divine Rivals. It's super readable. It is very easy. This is why I quite like it, actually, because I even find like the audiobook very easy. So I've got the audiobook on while I'm mindlessly playing Monopoly and I'm having a great time. So it's keeping my brain active as well. If I was just following along with the book, I think I'd be nodding off because I am getting tired. But I'm having a really good time playing Monopoly. Having a great time. Don't have any series I fancy tackling at the moment, so I've decided to treat my 24 in 24 as a series I need to make progress in. Nice. I love this. Love that. That is a great idea. Adapting. Love that. Just joined partway, but I managed about 20 pages of Clockwork Boys by T. Kingfisher, which I need to finish before I can start my official final book support group, TBR. Got to chapter 27 of Divine Rivals, aka 54%. Perfect timing. I said the last sentence on my vlog intro, and the next second the bell chimed. Love that view. I love when that happens. Managed to listen to 6 chapters of Once Upon a Broken Heart. I know it's a first book, but I really want to read all 3 this week. We love that. We support this. Caught up with a bit of some Halloween vlogs. There's so many, and read 18 pages. There is so many. I'm still not up to date with them all. Took some pictures for the Instagram challenge. Read 32 pages of the Atlas Complex before I got distracted. Finished my graphic novel, Lunar Boy, which is one of the sweetest graphic novels I've ever read, and the art was beautiful, and 15 pages of Day of Fallen Night. I love that for you. Can't decide what I want for dinner tonight. Oh, decisions. Andy's bringing us home pizzas. I don't know if we're having pizzas from his work. He's doing both. Well, he's definitely bringing us pizzas home from work, but we also like the Chicago Town Tiger Crust ones, which they don't do at his work because obviously they're Chicago Town ones. So he's going to bring us some work ones home, and potentially stop on his way home from work and get us some of the Tiger Crust ones as well. And we'll have one of those for tea. But it depends on if he decides to stop or not. So we're either having his work pizza or Tiger Crust pizza. Either way, pizza. Hello again. Only joined during the last half of the sprint, but I got started on my book. Finally reading Robin Hobb. I know starting a new series isn't the point, but that's what I'm doing. That's fine. Read nothing, sorted the kids. Now the younger 2 are back from school. Nice. Just finished the last 50 pages of Talent for Murder by Peter Swanson. I assume it's the last book in the Kind with Killing series, so final book done. Success. Hello. Got to page 68 of Easy Life by Billy Hill, a YA dystopia novel. I enjoyed her thriller, Best Served Cold. Nice. Currently 309 pages into Alperton Angels. Once I finish that, I have a 24 in 24, which is the last in a series. Winter by Marissa Meyer. Been rereading that series, but never read the last one. Nice. I really want to reread that series. I love that series. It's so good. The Lunar Chronicles. I really do want to reread it though. I want pizza, but also want a chip shop. But then I've got food in the house as well. That's the worst. See, we haven't got anything in to make a full meal. So he's like, well, look, I'll just grab pizzas on the way home tonight or from work. And then tomorrow you can do like a little bit more of a shop on your way home from work. I was like, yeah, that's fine. Because I'll finish work before he does. Tomorrow I should be finished for like 3 o'clock tomorrow. So I can stop for a few bits on the way home. Well, I have time with sprints starting at 4. I might have to finish a bit earlier. Whereas he doesn't finish work till 7. So currently reading the Inheritance Games book 1, but after that I have the last 2 books on my TBR, and if I manage to read them, the next Inheritance Games book is going to be read. Nice. Love Divine Rivals and Ruthless Vows. Trying to read Brave by Jennifer L. Armentrout, Wicked series. At next sprint, I've decided on cheesy beans jacket potato from takeout with cake for afterwards. Lush. We had cheesy beans jacket potato the other night for tea, and it was delicious. And I always forget how good jacket spud is for tea until I have it. I forget every single time until I'm eating it, and I'm like, why are we not doing this more often? Hello, welcome back. Honestly, I was amazed at how well the Lunar Chronicles holds up. I think I love it more than I did the first time. This makes me want to pick it up even more. This is honestly my biggest fear about rereading. There are a couple of series that I regularly reread, and by regularly, I mean at least once a year. I haven't done it with Akatar for a couple of years now, but the sorry, I just got distracted by a half-naked man in the window across the road. Just was not expecting that. Not distracted in a good way either. Illuminate Files. That's a series that I tend to reread every single year. The Martian is a book I will regularly reread, and they always hold up, but I'm always worried. I reread The Wicker King by Kate Ancrum this year for the first time, and I've been so worried about picking that book up again because I was worried it wouldn't hold up the same because I know how it ends now, but it was so good. I still gave it 5 stars. But yeah, this is another series that I've always been worried about picking up again. Again, with it being like a YA series, I'm worried that now that I'm older, I might not enjoy it as much, but this gives me confidence to want to pick that one book back up again. Probably the series that I show on Wednesday on Instagram. Have 3 copies of all the books and only read it once. Need to change that. 3 copies. I was reading The Intruders and I have DNF'd at 65% as it's all spun around, too confusing and I can't be asked anymore. Wow, 65%. Decided to finish work early, so joining you to read now. Nice. Nah. No. It wasn't a nice distraction. He was shutting his window. But my dad rang me just before the sprint ended, so I need to ring him back now. He's messaging me about this new bloody property that they've got. He wants me to put it on CAD for them this week. Fine. I can do that from home. Oh, fantastic news. Actually, that's great news. That really helps me out. Shout out to my dad. What a legend. It was only when I watched Gav's moving vlogs that I realised there were Lunar Chronicles special editions and I'm hunting for good prices for them. Yeah, Fairy Loot did a set. They were really pretty. I didn't end up getting them. I ummed and ahed between getting them and not getting them, but I've only read the series once, and again, I didn't know whether or not it would hold up, so I didn't end up getting them. They are really pretty though. Kinda. Not as hot as it's been for the last 2 days. It's still 19 degrees, but I run very, very cold. So I have a sweater and leggings on. Fair. All right, let's go again. I'm going to carry on this game of Monopoly and give my dad a ring back. Hello, how do we do? I got to page 196. Yeah, 197, chapter 28. Not far off halfway. This book is damaged to hell, though. I don't know what's been sat on top of it, if Amazon have done this or something and sat something on top of it, but it's knackered. I'm just glad it's this edition of it and not my pretty Fairly edition, because that would be disappointing. How's everybody else doing, though? Sorry. I hope you enjoy your library holds. Joining while my baby sleeps on me. Let's see how this goes. Bless. I napped through the first sprint until now. It's Christmas in July on Movies 24, so hoping it makes me feel cooler. It's very humid in the Midlands. Hope you have the best time. You'll love Christmas in July. Almost passed out just now. It's going to go chill for a bit. Yeah, Amanda, you do that. Have a rest, my love. Finish the Fire Dragon Prophecy and have 8 minutes left of work. Yay! Finishing at 4:45. Nice. Then, when I have chance to read again, I will be working on reading the final Empire reread, some Spencer Edwards' Emperor of the Galaxy, and some of Cursed Fate's Zodiac Academy Book 5. That is a lot, Harriet. You've got a lot going on. Read 38 pages, read 28 pages, read about 15% this sprint, and now I'm 35% into Divine Rivals. Killing it, Tara. I ordered Domino's. Nice. And then got distracted by the TV. Got to page 238 of Divine Rivals. I dropped off at 12 minutes left on the clock. I got a third of the way through Lore Olympus Volume 6. Finally done with work, so I'll probably go for a run next sprint and listen to my audiobook. Multitasking, we love to see it. Read 32 pages and raged most of the time. The character's so mad, I'm loving it. What a mix of emotions. 79 pages of Crimson Moth, 30 pages of Obelisk Gate, and fell asleep. Lots of napping going on today. Is it the heat? I'm tanning in the garden. Nice. And reading a companion book to the Shadowhunters universe. Got to chapter 34 or 71%. Just got home from work, got dinner ready, and I'm still debating if I'm going for my physical read or do chores with my audiobook. I feel you. There's a couple of chores I want to complete before Andy gets home. He'll never know that I only did them just before he got home. Got to page 142 of Middle of the Night. Also during that sprint, my Fairly edition of When the Moon Hatched arrived is so pretty. Love that for you. Read a little bit, but I mostly tidied and hoovered. Apparently, just in the right mood for getting things done today, even though I had decided I'd done enough. You know what's really weird? I've been in one of those moods, but it's like permanent at the moment. Whenever Andy's home, I seem to be in the mood to get shit done. Like I've been cleaning random shit in the house that I would never normally clean. I've never been this on top of my washing before. My washing up, or keeping that dining room table tidy. Never been this on top of it. Never been this on top of sweeping. Like the housework is always the last thing on my to-do list. It's always the last thing on my mind. And because I used to live alone, I didn't mind because I lived alone. There was only me that had to live in it, so it didn't matter. I don't know if my brain has just completely switched gears now. I don't know how long this will last, but I don't know if my brain's just completely switched gears now, and I feel like I need to keep the house tidier at all times because he's here. It might not last. We'll see. I was on a long phone call with a friend during the last sprint and break. After that, I finally finished my audiobook and just started Legends and Lattes, just on page 10. Nice. I also took like a several minute phone call with my dad at the beginning of that sprint. About halfway through this story, about 50 pages of Clockwork Boys, only 10 to go. Made and ate dinner and read 12 pages of Ruthless Vows, 427 pages into Serpent and the Wings of Night, and watched Cassidy on Twitch. Nice. Loved Serpent and the Wings of Night. Read 3% more of Day of Fallen Night. I'm loving it, but boy, is it slow to get through. I feel like I've been reading it forever. Cursed Fates weren't on my TBR this month. It's an extra, but I know I will be able to finish it alongside the other two, which are in my TBR for this month. Nice. I ended up DNFing The Priory of the Orange Tree 250 pages in because I had no clue what was going on. I was 250 pages in, and the only thing that I knew was that there was an arranged marriage, which Jade has since told me was not a thing that lasted that long in that book. I knew that there was an arranged marriage at the beginning of the book, and I knew that at some point we were going to see a dragon. I also realized that there was 16 pages of character names in the back of the book, and I was like, I think the fuck not. I don't know a single character's name in that book. 250 pages in. So I DNF'd it. Working on clearing out my Goodreads currently reading list. Nice. Nice. Always a good goal to have. $40 on you're currently reading right now. I have, I think, 4, and that stresses me out enough as it is. There's an almost 100-page glossary in this one too. At least that's 100 pages less that I have to read. Oh, God. I don't mind glossaries, but 16 pages of character names to explain to me who each of the characters is, when the character names were very fantastical as well. They weren't like, Daisy and Craig, and that's really weird. That's my nickname and my brother's middle name that I've just pulled from thin air. And Jeff and Brian, they were really fantastical names that I would never be able to pronounce on any given Sunday or any other day of the week. And at 16 pages full, I was like, nah, not for me. No, thank you. Four books at once. I will generally have, I'm not currently reading them all, but I used to be very much so a multiple reader. So I would have an audiobook on the go, a Kindle book on the go, and then potentially a physical read on the go as well. But in general, I now tend to read a book, finish it, and then read another book. However, my mood has been so chaotic at the moment. You will see in my latest vlog coming out on Wednesday that I am so chaotic right now in my brain that I am multiple books at once girl again, and also starting multiple books, not getting any further than a few chapters in and starting more books girl. I can't settle very well on books other than at the moment, apparently books series that I'm already partway through. So we're just rolling with that and continuing on with more series. Right, let's go. Hello. How did we do? I got to page 251 of Ruthless Vows. I have 2 hours and 15 minutes left. I don't know. I'm not going to get it finished on these sprints, but I might be able to get it finished. It depends, to be fair, because I'll probably end up going to bed quite early. Still might be able to get it finished today, but I'm not 100% certain. Maybe tomorrow morning. But great news. I was messaging with my friend, my wonderful, wonderful friend, Amber. She gave me her login details for Audible. I don't know if any of you caught me happy dancing because I now have the audiobooks for books 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Veronica Speedwell series. Amber was my last Hail Mary, and boy, did she come through guns blazing. So shout out to Amber for sorting me out with that. I know you're not here, girl. I don't think you are, but I fucking love you anyway. Fucking winner. So I think I'm going to whack this on my TBR for this week because I'm buzzing about it and I'm so excited. I know I don't look it right now. I'm actually really, really tired, but I am absolutely buzzing. I'm so happy because this has taken up. When did I do that Katie Colson taste test? Because it's been since then, when I read A Curious Beginning, that I have frantically been looking for ways to get the rest of the books. I only needed up to book 5, including book 5, because book 6 onwards we can get in the UK. It's really bizarre that we can't get books 1 to 5 in the UK on Audible. So weird. But we can get books 6 to 9. The strangest thing. But yeah, this was my last Hail Mary and she's come through guns blazing and I'm buzzing. So I just wanted to share with you why I was doing happy dances in case you saw it. Where was I up to? I'm getting so tired. I think I'm going to have to get up and walk around a little bit while I'm listening to the audiobook in the next sprint. No, I will do multiple genres. So I might do like a fantasy, a romance, and maybe a thriller. But I would never do like 2 romances or 2 fantasies or 2 thrillers because I will get confused. So they will all be different genres. Reading 5 books at the minute, 3 physical, 1 audio, and 1 on Kindle. It never goes well. It doesn't for me either. I don't tend to physically read too often these days, so I tend to have an audiobook and a Kindle book going, but sometimes I get carried away. I've had this conversation with Jade before, and I'm fairly certain it was on Patreon rather than public sprints, but you know how most people get a serotonin boost from finishing a book? I do get that, but I also get a serotonin boost from starting a book. So if it takes me longer than, I would say, 3 days to finish a book, I will need to start another book during that time period because I then get a serotonin boost from starting another book. I'm not sure the reason why. I think it's because I get stilted and a little bit bored, even if the story's not boring and it's just taking me a while to get through because the story's long or, you know, it's just a slower paced book or something. I will become bored. And it's not the story's fault, it's me. And that's why I end up reading multiple books. I don't know. It's taken me a long time to figure that out. But yeah, just finished work. I'm ready to read. Going to start with Monstrous Volume 3. Just got home from work, so we'll start reading Below Zero by Ali Hazelwood. I always forget about those short stories because I have them in the Afterlight bind up. So I always forget about them. I was looking for like a winter read for the literature readathon earlier on today, and I completely forgot about Below Zero. I've picked one now, but I completely forgot about Below Zero. Hello, I'm going to be working on getting as close to finishing guards today as I can. Nice. I had another phone call. Also made it to page 39 of Legends and Lattes. Hope you're enjoying it. Read 53 pages, read 22% this sprint, and I'm now 57% into Divine Rivals. Just started part 3. Nice. ate my food and then decided to play Power Wash Simulator on the PS5. Didn't read a page in that one, but did have a very belated lunch. That is a very belated lunch. This is my tea time now, but I'm going to have to wait till Andy gets home at like 7:45-ish. And even then, we've got to make food. So close to finishing Lore Olympus 6. You've got this. I have 60 pages left in Divine Rivals. Should be able to finish it during the next sprint. I love how many of us are reading this series. It makes me very happy. It makes me even happier that I'm actually really, really loving this, because I didn't seem to love Divine Rivals as much as everybody else did. I think I gave Divine Rivals 4 stars. I still enjoyed it, but I didn't seem to love it as much as everyone else did. I think I'm enjoying this more. And I think this could get 4.5 stars. It does still leave me with the fact that I haven't yet had another 5-star novel in probably 2 months. Albeit, this is now on my TBR, so maybe I will be guaranteed a 5-star read this week. Hello, I've been at the hospital all day because my husband has been having his tonsils removed. We're back home now and I'm very ready to relax and read. I hope it went well. It sounds like it did if he's back home. But I hope he's okay and I hope he recovers okay. Gratitude for Amber, indeed. She is my hero and I love her. Thanks. Read 30 pages. It's so good. So good. I loved it. I did, however, I was already logged into her Audible on my iPad, because there are books that she has that I don't, like audiobooks that she has that I don't have. She's got access to mine. So we've swapped, but also on the basis that we can get audiobooks here in the UK that you can't get in the US and vice versa. More so, I think, that the audiobooks that you can get in the US that we can't get in the UK, to be honest. So on occasion, I'll message her and say, babe, any chance you can get this audiobook for me? Let me know how much it is. And she'll be like, yeah, no worries. And then I'll send her the money. We've just been helping each other out like that for a couple of years now, and it's great. So she already had A Curious Beginning on her Audible, so I listened to it on there for the Katie Colson taste test. If you want my full thoughts on it, it's in that video. But I loved it. It was so fucking good, and the audiobook was really, really good. My problem was that I was going to struggle, because I'd listened to the first one on audio and fallen in love with the audiobook. I was going to struggle to then physically pick up the rest of the series that I desperately wanted to read. So I was in this real desperation to try and find some way of getting the audiobooks. And I've tried all sorts. I've tried getting a US library card so that I can get on Libby. That's not worked. I have tried setting up a US Audible account using a VPN as well to say that I'm in the US. That hasn't worked. So this was my last Hail Mary, was to log out of Amber's account on Audible and then try and log back in. But I didn't have her login details anymore. So for the last few weeks, I've held off asking her for them, because her sister was having a little boy and they were having a lot of family time, and I didn't want to mither her while they were, the baby was being born and then they were having a lot of family time. So I've left it a few weeks, but I've been panicking thinking it's not going to work anyway. She's sent me the stuff through and it turns out she's going to put them in a little collection for me. So I've got my own collection now, which is really cute. And I just adore her. So shout out to her for saving my bacon with this. And I now could potentially binge them, which I think for at least books 2 to 5, I probably will do, just in case they take them off the Audible Plus, because that's how she's gotten them so far. They're all on Audible Plus, and obviously at some point when they take them off, you can't get access to them anymore. So I think I need to get through them as quickly as I can. So I may end up binging a couple of these over the next few weeks, which will be lush because I really enjoyed them. So I would recommend. Yeah, it's such a good series. Been playing Township on my phone or Sprints. I love playing games while I'm listening to an audiobook. It's my favourite thing to do. Neither UK nor US, so I have to read it physically, but thanks, I will read it soon. I think it'll still be very, very enjoyable physically. I think only because I listened to the first one did I then need to continue audibly with them. Had I physically read it, I probably still would have really, really enjoyed it, but I would have been fine continuing on physically then. Curious Beginning's been on my TBR forever. I cannot start another series until at least finish one of the many I am in the middle of. I am the embodiment of chaos, though, so I feel this in my bones. I am constantly starting series, like especially manga as well. I'm a fucking nightmare, and as because a lot of them, it doesn't help that I get sent a lot of manga from publishers that are like just being done in English for the first time. So I'm starting a lot of series, but I did actually finish a series last week with Two Twisted Crowns. I finished that series last week, which is great because it meant that it freed up a spot for this week. So that was good. And then I'll be finishing a series with this one. Kate by Tate James will finish a series, and I do need to read that because of a book that's on my August TBR that I need to get to. So I will need to get to that one, really prioritize it. I just want to binge a couple of these now, I'm not going to lie. And then Business Casual will finish a series as well. So I am really, really going for it with the final books. My continuation stations will be my manga this week, which I'm fine with. So I think that'll be my TBR for the rest of the week, to be honest. Finish Ruthless Vows. Oh no, this will be a continuation station. Finish Ruthless Vows. Read this. Perilous Undertaking. Read Kate. And read Business Casual. And then a bunch of manga, I think. So I'll finish 3 series. I'll continuation station with Cat Gamer, Veronica Speedwell, and Solo Leveling. I think I may get up to date with Solo Leveling, and if I do that quick enough in the week, then move on to Blood on the Tracks, because I would like to read some more of that now that I've gotten up to volume 12. So yeah, I don't care of my book chaos anymore. I'm just reading what I want when I want. I have found that I've become quite the mood reader recently. My entire life is complete chaos at the moment, and I cannot settle my brain. So I have found that I am quite the mood reader. And if I'm not familiar with a world or the characters or an author's writing, I'm finding I'm really struggling at the moment. So I seem to not be picking up new authors or like new books in worlds I'm not familiar in. I'm definitely not picking up too much fantasy at the moment. Fantasy romance is a different story, but fantasy definitely not. But yeah, a lot of romance, horror, and thriller I'm reading at the moment, which is fine. DNF my book, so I need to decide on another one. Ooh, have you got options? Just Googled all the books you've mentioned, need some inspiration. There's always good inspiration, I reckon. Everywhere you look. Bookstagram is just such a good place to get inspiration for books, honestly. Like, I can't recommend it enough. I also have a few recommendation videos on my channel if you wanted to check them out, if you've got the time. No pressure. But there is a recommendations playlist that I do different recommendations. I think I've got like a spoopy recommendation list, romances, it's a whole bunch of other recommendations. So yeah. Also, my best books of the year so far video just recently went up. That's a good list of recommendations. Ooh, so me getting up to date would be great because I'm currently up to volume 6. So I have volume 6, 7, and 8. So volume 9 coming out in August. Fantastico. So I've got 3 volumes of that I can read. And then maybe I'll move on to Blood on the Tracks and try and start getting up to date with that because I'm currently up to volume 5 on Blood on the Tracks. And I've got till volume 7, but I know there's 16 out at the moment and 17 comes out soon, I think. Working on the 7th book in How to Train Your Dragon series. Nice. What I'm actually up to date on. Yeah, I just got up to date on Cat Gamer, so that makes me feel a bit better. I could do with reading Spy Family, to be honest. I don't know if that series is finished or not yet. Similarly with Witch Hat Talia as well. I'm in the middle of that too. I've DNF'd Death Note. So I'm not on with that anymore. Killing Stalking's another one I could do with catching up on. Attack on Titan, One Piece. Also listening to the last book in a 4-book series. The series is called The Dragon Jousters. Nice. Spy Family's still ongoing. Okay. I've got up to volume 10, I think, in that series, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I need to check these out. Volume 17 is the last one. Nice. That's fantastic news. So that means I only have 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 volumes left to buy. Sick. That's good news. Oh, nice. I need to see how many omnibuses there are because I can't remember how many I've got so far. I think I might have 5 or 6 of the omnibuses. Claire keeps buying them for me because she wants me to continue. They just keep coming through the door. So we'll see. Anywho, we should get on with another sprint. Otherwise, I'm going to end up taking time off our final sprint at the end. We'll have to see what time it is by the time this sprint has finished and the chatty bit's finished to see whether or not we can fit another one in. I do, by approximately 7:30 p.m, that could mean before, but not likely to be after. So it will be around 7:30 p.m, but potentially before. We'll see what time we finish with this sprint. But let's go with another sprint, shall we? Hello. How did we do? God, my back needs cracking so badly. I got to page 313. I think I am just shy of 100 pages left to go. An hour and 25 minutes left to go. So I'll probably maybe finish that tonight in bed. Maybe save it till tomorrow. I am shattered. I've done a lot today. But how did everyone else do? We are going to make that the last sprint, unfortunately. I'm getting so tired. So I will make that one the last one. I will be back tomorrow, though. Oh, excuse me. Oh, read 7 pages, 80. Got to get my youngest from a year 6 leaving party. Nice. 27 pages. Made it to page 100. 23% left of the book. On page 260 of the Bane Chronicles and chapter 9 of Mother of Death and Dawn. Nice. You are very welcome. I'm glad you managed to get through a good chunk of whatever it is that you are reading. Almost halfway through my book. Nice. I'm really happy with the progress I've made today because I've managed to read 2 volumes of Cat Gamer and get up to date with that, and then get to page 313 of Ruthless Vows, which I'm really happy with the progress. And obviously, I'm buzzing that now I can continue on with Veronica Speedwell. That's made my week. I'm not joking. It's only Monday. It's made my week. I've got a new bed coming on Wednesday. I still think the Veronica Speedwell news will be better news. I could be wrong. I ended up falling asleep during the last sprint, but finished Clockwork Boys just before. I managed about 20 pages of Elantris after waking up. Nice. Friggin' love Elantris. I hope you enjoy it. I'm 53% in, not sure whether to DNF or struggle through to the end. Oh no. Ooh. Sometimes it depends. What are you reading? You're very welcome. I'm reading Divine Rivals and read 77%, so it was great. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. 20 pages of Ruthless Vows, finished Descendants to a Bookworm, Part 1, Volume 2, and read a recap on Legend Ball. I'm going to start Bloodmarked. That's another one that I really need to get to soon. Really need to get to. Let me tell you, the run was a bad idea. It's way too hot, but on the bright side, my audiobook is amazing. Swings and roundabouts. You're very welcome. I've now got 33% left. Hope to get some more read later. Yeah, there is still plenty of the evening to go. So still plenty of time to read. I just won't be sprinting. I'm going to wait now for Andy to get home and then we'll have some tea. He's finished early, so he's nipped to his mum's, and I anticipate that he will be home any time soon. I think he finished about 6ish and he's nipped to his mum's, so he gave me a call before to let me know. 6:15 he rang me, so yeah, he would have finished at 6 and then gone to his mum's, so he'll probably be back for about 7:15. Oh, excuse me, which will be nice. Planned to finish Legends and Lattes today, but I highly doubt that's happening anymore. But I'm going to read until bedtime in 3 hours. Nice. It's such a good book. I love Legends and Lattes. Easy Life, not my usual genre, YA dystopian. I haven't heard of that before. You're very welcome. All right, I'm going to bounce. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. I do have sprints planned for 4 p.m. tomorrow. I am hoping that I will be able to go to work at a reasonable time and get myself back before sprints at 4 so I don't have to delay them. But yeah, I've got sprints planned for 4 p.m. tomorrow for us. And then my week is pretty busy after that. So there won't be sprints again unless I can manage to fit some in. There won't be sprints again then till Saturday, but I'll do like a really good chunk of Saturday and Sunday then, 12 p.m. to like 7 p.m. or something. So like a good chunk of both days, I reckon. So yeah, and if you wanted any read with me's or anything, I have done a couple. I know some other creators have done a couple. Gav's got one in Sherwood Forest. I know that Becca's done some. Jade has done a couple. So I always recommend them. I have done a couple Pomodoro style ones. So if you wanted any of those, feel free to go and check them out. But yeah, I will see you tomorrow. Bye for now.